Think this thing is working. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Just getting ready here. Sorry about the lack of all the fancy stuff today. I'm actually using my laptop to stream this because both of my workstations are offline right now. Sorry about the boring intro. Hello and welcome. I'm Josh, also known as Cpgeek, and today, unfortunately, I don't have my face camera set up. I'm only using my B camera today, and that is because I'm streaming this off the laptop. And what that means is I don't have quite as much control over things like the background audio. I'm not going to be doing any sort of music today, that kind of thing. And you unfortunately won't get to see my face in this configuration. But you should be hearing my voice, and the microphone is piped through the camera, so things should be relatively in sync. Um, well, today we're going to be rebuilding my workstation here. Last time around, when I last did a stream about a week ago, I put all of my new components, motherboard, processor, memory, etc., in my Fractal Design Meshify 2XL, the larger version of the case that you see here on the table. And I did that in order to shake them down. Did a smoke test, made sure everything worked, loaded up Windows on the new SSD on it, got all of that stuff squared away, and I did all that while this machine was still in service so that I could do things like, work at my job. But all of that stuff seems to be working quite well, and I've moved my video card, my 4090, into the other machine. We'll go ahead and pull that out when it's time. But for now, we're going to go ahead and basically pull this guy apart. I'm going to take it more or less down to the case. I'll probably leave the power supply installed because I shouldn't need to mess with that. But otherwise, I'm going to be pulling out most of the components that are in this case now in order to prepare for a little bit of cleaning and moving the parts from the other machine into this, so I can get this up and running in its final build. And Wadi is here. Awesome. I've got you on mute because I'm working. I totally understand. No worries, Wadi. All is going well. Awesome, awesome. So, without further ado, as you can see, this thing is kind of sort of full of dust. So I'm going to be doing some dusting, doing some pulling of components. The big thing right now is this motherboard's got to come out of here, just like I did on the last stream. This is the machine that I've been using right along for the past 2 years or so. It's a 5090 under this Noctua NHD 15. And I've got 4 sticks making up a total of 128 gigabytes of DDR4 in this platform. Of course, I'm moving to DDR5. I have still not decided whether I'm going to go for 96 gigabytes at 6400 megatransfers or 192 gigabytes at 4200 megatransfers. And that's quite a bit of speed difference there. 64,000 versus 42,000. It's like half the speed. So Yeah, I'm still figuring that out. I may just order another kit that should work at, I believe it's 5800 if I'm not mistaken. So that's probably something I'm going to be doing in the interim, but that's not a today thing. For now, I have 96 gigs installed on the board in there. In fact, when I put this thing together a little later, I think I'm going to install all 192 and just see how fast it is. See if it's actually going to be reasonably performant. So before all that, I'm just going to go ahead and unplug all of this stuff, everything that I can unplug in a reasonable way. Some of these plugs I am going to leave here because they're going to be used for the final build, which is why I'm not going to be pulling the power supply. It just really doesn't make sense to. So I'm just unplugging all the things on the side here. Front panel header. The new board does not have most of the things on the side. I believe it's you put them in directly, but we can go ahead and address cabling and whatnot at that time. What is this? I'm getting a ding-a-ling. Just a moment. Okay. Nothing to worry about there. I do see a connector that I'm not sure where it goes, so I do need to pay a little attention to that. Plugged into the main board here. Don't call what that is. It might be like a fan extender or something specific to do with this board. I'll follow it back and see what happens. This is a little temperature sensor coming from my Corsair setup. So I'll put that back in a good place when I have the ability to do that. So there's the connector for power. That's out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and pull out my LED strip here. This is just some UV LEDs. It makes the build look really cool. Things are cable managed back there. I forgot to mention before I got started that I did remove all of the panels from this, or at least the removable ones from the outside that you could pull off real easy. The Meshify 2 XL that Meshify 2 that I'm using here has real easy pull-off panels. The glass panel, the front door pops open and off. There's a filter that goes on here, and also the top panel and filter I went ahead and pulled off, as well as the back panel, so I can get at all of the wiring and whatnot. This is actually the M.2 cover. I have this off just because I pulled the M.2 drives out of this, or a couple of M.2 drives out of this. There's still one more in here that I need to grab. So I'll figure that out in a little bit. Just pulling off some of this adhesive stuff that I used to lock down the LEDs. Quite messy in here. And it's just dust. Regular old dust. Alright. Just trying to get all the connectors I can before I go ahead and unplug this. I'm going to leave the connectors for the CPU cooler, just so that it'll all come nice and easy off of the board. Actually, am I going to be able to get my hands in there? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. This whole top part is removable, so that'll allow me to get my hands in there and make life a little easier. And Mom comes into the chat. Hi, Mom. How's it going? So there's 2 screws on this top panel here, and this will just pop right off. I'll need to do this anyway in order to install the radiator and the AIO, and I'm going to pull these fans out of here and attach them to my radiator so that everything will line up and look good and cool well. I'm going to be using these fans in a push-pull configuration. These particular fans are not all that great in terms of static pressure, but they do have decent enough airflow. So I'm going to leave the stock fans on the bottom of the radiator and leave these on the top of the radiator, so that it'll basically just suck air right through the radiator very efficiently, or so I hope. So this, all these fan cables, you know what, I'm gonna have to pull these fans off of here anyway, so I might as well just start there. The fans are actually going to be mounted to the radiator and then remounted in the top portion here. Actually, no. I'm going to have to mount it to the radiator through this panel all at the same time. And that's what those longer screws were for that I talked about previously. These are just standard fan screws that were not attached all that heavily here. The heck is that? What did I do? Those hex? Why did I do that? Well, at least they're just in finger tight, so I'm just gonna pull those out of there. I don't know what the heck I was thinking there. These are not appropriate screws for this application at all. That's so weird. I used 3mm nuts and bolts. Why did I do that? I must have been hard up for fan screws when I built this thing. I used a 3mm hex with a washer and a bolt on the other side. What? In that case, what size screw head is that? Must be a 2.5. Nope. What craziness. Right, there's a 3mm screw. There's the washer. And I will retain and reuse that hardware too. I mean, 3mm stuff is all over the place, especially for 3D printer stuff. But also I use it for a lot of electronics enclosures and stuff, because it's just real easy to use. And I've got these drivers here to make that a little easy. Mom says, tired is how I am. How late did you stay at the party? Had a small detour on Bassett's Road on the way home due to an accident caused by an intoxicated moped driver. That's not cool. I only stayed maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes after you left. And the way home was pretty slow for me, just because it was all foggy and rainy and stuff. But I took it real easy, and I didn't encounter any problems on the way home. I didn't take Bassett's Bridge Road, though. I took the left out of their place and went down to 89 through the back roads using my GPS. I know the way, sort of, but it's also, it was all rainy and stuff. So it was just easier for me to go slow on those back roads than to mess around with any of the possibly flooded out river areas. Alright, so the fans are free. This whole panel should be free. Oh, I forgot, I have more of these LEDs here. I'm actually going to pull this strip out as well. Right now it's seated with this jelly type stuff. I'm actually going to lock it down with some 3M what is it called? It's double-sided tape that's permanent. I can't remember the name of it right now. It's used in a lot of 3D printing stuff. Alright, so this is not dirty. It's actually metalware. I have reused this workstation now for, I think this will be the 4th major build in it. It's either the 3rd or the 4th. I put this together when I got my 3090. So, I guess the 3090 or 4090? I think it was the 3090 that I built in this. So it would be the 3rd build that I'm doing here now in this case. Anyway, it's still serving its purpose. There's nothing wrong with it. If I really wanted to go into major detail, you're never going to see this with the top on, by the way. This is just the mount for the radiator. If I really wanted to, I could take this out back with and hit it with a little bit of primer spray paint and just go over this because it's all flat black anyway. But I don't really feel it necessary to do that right now, just in the way of things. I am, however, going to wipe this down because it's kind of dusty. I do have some paper towels over here. I knew I would end up doing a little bit of cleaning in this machine anyhow, and this is more or less how I'm going to be cleaning up the dust here. I went over it with my, I have a mini vac. But some of this dust is just pervasive, so I'm just spraying it here with some Brillo Basics Lavender Multi-Surface Cleaner. Nothing real special. It's just some kitchen cleaner. I'm just giving it a good little wipe here. Doesn't have to be perfect. Like I said, you're never going to see this particular mount anyway, but I don't want to get dust in the rest of the machine. So I'm just going to set this aside for now until it's time to mount those fans and radiator again. Get the top of this quick wipe while this is damp. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time detailing this, but if I can eliminate some of that surface dust just so it doesn't get into the machine more, that would be better for me. Alright, I'll go over that more as I tear this thing down more. I'm kind of trying to figure out whether I want to leave those fans routed and just move them aside for now. I think that might be the play, because I don't want to have to reroute those fans. I can leave my Commander Pro right where it's at. So I don't have to take out any of these fans either. I like that idea. So for now, I'm just going to pull this a little bit forward and leading the fans out the back side here like so. Yeah, that works. And I'll throw these out back too, so that I can leave this all mounted up. I don't have to pull that out. And yeah, I can still get at everything that I need to in the front part of the case here. Mom says, glad you went slow and easy as the weather was rainy and patchy fog. No place like home. Thank you so much for making that cool phone stand. I love it. I'm glad that worked out. Alright, 2 more connectors, and these are the power connectors. CPU power for the board. I think that there are going to be more PCIe connectors required for this new board than this one. And that could be troublesome. I might have to figure out getting some additional PCIe connectors, if that's even a thing. Come on. I don't know if I have any more connector spots left on my power supply. If I do, then I believe that I have some more cables. If I don't, then I'm going to have to figure out how to route these cables effectively for power distribution. Okay, so CPU power cables out. I believe that that's the motherboard tray free. I don't see anything else that needs to be plugged there. Do I have to pull off the CPU cooler in order to get this board out? I'm not sure. I think I might have to. Can't see in there. Need a flashlight. Okay. There's one there and one there. Probably have to at least move that middle fan. I did take the fans off of the other board when I moved it over. This isn't the same board though. Whoop. Same CPU cooler, but different board. Okay, so now that I've removed that, can I get at the screw? Nope, the screw is right in the way. I'm gonna have to remove this whole CPU cooler. Dang it. Well, at least the CPU cooler is relatively easy to remove. I just didn't want to have to do that. So the fans just unclip, just like that. And then there are 2 Phillips head screws. Number 1, though. Ah, there's my number 1 drive. Get that little bit of paper towel out of there, too. Don't want that burning anything. All right, so I think I'll just put this right back on after I'm done. Okay, that's 1 screw undone. And these are captive too. Noctua makes a really, really, really nice CPU cooler heatsink setup. They really do think of everything. It's 2 screws, you get a perfect mount every time. There are different mounting options. They'll make brackets until the end of time. no matter what kind of CPU you get, you can always get a bracket from them. It's only a couple of dollars for a different bracket. Oh crap. The CPU came with it, and I may have bent pins. I'm going to use my magnifier to make sure I didn't totally just trash a, what is it going for now? 5950X, like $300 CPU. I did not expect that at all. Alright, so I'm going to separate the CPU from the heatsink just by twisting a little bit. It glued itself right down to it. I don't think that I bent any pins. The easiest way to know is to try to put it back in the socket very, very gently. I'm just going to wipe off the thermal compound from the other side of the CPU here, because it's going to get all over the place. And this is apparently MX5 that I was using here, because it's blue, and I know that I have a ton of it. What a mess. Okay, well, that's about as good as that's going to get right this second. My fingers are going to get a little blue, but that's okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and open the socket catch, figure out what direction I'm putting this in. I can't even see the marker. Oh, Phoenix Raid. Hello, hello. Sorry, my audio alerts for all of my things are not working right now. Take a quick look at chat. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Phoenix people. Welcome, Eric the Red. Welcome, the Black Phoenix. Raid with 3 people. That's awesome. Welcome, welcome. Today we're doing a workstation teardown and rebuild. So this is my old AM4 CPU, my 5950X, which was my primary workstation until very shortly. I'm a computer, stop all the downloading. So I'm just removing the heatsink in order to get the board out, because giant heatsink dealie here is covering the screws needed to remove the motherboard from the computer, which is the current step we're on. However, when unscrewing the heatsink here, I just discovered that my processor came with the heatsink, and I may or may not have bent pins on it, the 5950X. I don't think I did. I just put on my magnifiers, and I don't see any bent pins. But the easiest way to tell if you have bent pins or not, other than taking a close look with magnifier is to try to drop it into the socket. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I just set it aside for a couple of moments while I'm trying to get all of the heatsink compound off of myself and the CPU that's may or may not be problematic. This is Arctic MX4 thermal compound, or MX5 thermal compound. Sorry, MX4 stuff is more whitish. So I'm just trying to figure out what corner is. Is that it? Yeah, that's the gold triangle. And very gently set it in the socket. Where the heck? Ah. Is that it? I think that's it. I also don't want to bend pins by doing this. Oh. Where's the corner indicator? I thought that was it. Huh. Ah. Okay. So it should go like this. There's no grab there. Where the heck is it? Unless it goes like this. Nope. Set this down for a minute. I may have to take a look at the manual here. Phoenix says, howdy howdy, started to paint after Cataluna redeemed painting direction. Awesome. Mom says my pins have been bent for years. Or rather, picking the next project I work on. Poo poo poo. Painting anything fun? Phoenix usually does some sort of figures that are neat. If you're not following, please go on over there. Lots of painting streams, lots of awesome hanging out, lots of miniatures, that kind of stuff. Real fun stuff. Sometimes some gaming. Tang Garden Miniatures. Interesting. Not sure if I've heard of that. Oh, there's the corner. All right, so gold triangle corner. Ah, slides in perfectly. Zero force I'm just holding it so that it doesn't fall out of the socket. And I'm going to go ahead and close that so that things don't get more of a problem. Okay, so I did not bend any pins. If I had bent pins, there would have needed to be additional force, and that would bend pins more, so we weren't doing that. I was just very gently inserting it into the socket, no force at all. So I basically just gave it a little wiggle until all the pins dropped into their proper spots, and it did so with zero force. So very happy that the CPU is all well and good. I'm not sure what is going to become of this CPU. I may end up selling it. I may end up using it in an upcoming server build. We shall see. Oh, heatsink compound everywhere. So annoying. I was just going to put it right back because you just reuse the thermal paste. This was repasted 4 months ago, and this stuff works really well. But now that that minor bit of excitement is over, let's go ahead and continue with this teardown. I'm going to just set this heatsink aside for now. I'm going to go ahead and reinstall it as soon as this board is out of here. Alright, so on an ATX motherboard, there are 9 screws. 3 across the top, 3 across the middle, and 3 across the bottom, typically. Sometimes one of the screws in the middle usually is omitted, depending on the specific board that we're using, and the specific case that we're using. Sometimes there's just a little pin that sticks up in the middle, so there's no screw in that particular slot. We'll see what we're working with here. Unfortunately, in this particular instance, all of the motherboard screws are black, which is a little annoying on black case, but you know, it'll do. Oh, this screwdriver is not magnetic. I'm going to switch to the other one and recover that screw, because I'm going to need that. There we go. So 1, there's 2, and 3 across the top. Kind of wish I had a can of air duster right now. Best I have is my my little hand vacuum dust buster, and I'll go over this board later with that. I did go over the inside of the case with it earlier, but it didn't do too much good. Alright, so there's 3. There's 4. One in the middle might also be under one of these M.2 covers. I'm actually going to pull the M.2 cover now that I'm thinking about it, because I need that drive anyway. Doesn't really matter if I do it now or do it after I pull the board, so might as well do that now. Thinking about it. One thing that I wish that this board had would be captive screws, because the new board has captive screws for all of its covers, and that's super cool, so I don't need to mess around with screws flying everywhere. Oh, for the board game Tang Garden, says Black Phoenix. I have not heard of this board game, but that's super cool. Waddy says it's a cool and beautiful game. That's really awesome. I've got the screws out of this. I should just be able to pull it. It's going to stick because the cover here has a thermal pad for the M.2 drive, which of course is sticking to the drive itself. For that. So here's the PCIe 4 drive. That was my main system drive, and I'm going to be reusing this in the new rig as my secondary drive. So My new machine is going to have two 4 terabyte PCIe 5.0 drives that are each running at 12 gigabits, or sorry, 12 gigabytes per second read and write. This was top of the line when I first built this workstation. This is 7 gigabytes per second transfers for read and writes. So yeah, I've pretty much doubled the overall speed with the same capacity. So the new board has two 5.0 slots and two 4.0 slots. So I'm going to stick this in one of the 4.0 slots, and I bought a new 4.0 4 terabyte drive for the other slot. On this machine, I did have two more 4 terabyte PCIe 3 drives. I temporarily moved one of those into the new machine in order to copy the data off of it and get that all up and running. When I swap components to this case, I'm going to go ahead and pull the 3.0 drives and stick the this 4.0 drive in there. I do need to do some copying off of this before I wipe it, but that shouldn't take me too long to get set up with that as well. Where is my hand vac? Because I see some looks like flying bugs that look like maybe mosquitoes or something in this, and I don't want them all over the place. Where the heck is it? Had it in my hand like 20 minutes ago. Well, maybe 30 minutes ago. Oh, I see it. Hand vac. Gonna mute audio for a couple of seconds just while I'm vacuuming here. Please bear with me. There we go. Also, for those of us just tuning in or part of the raid, unfortunately I don't have background music or any of that stuff going on tonight because I am using my laptop to do this stream because the machine that I would normally be streaming on is the one that's currently being operated on right now. And clearly it's not in any shape to be doing any sort of live streaming at the moment. So yeah, sorry about all that. All right, let's go ahead and put this back in so I don't lose it. All right. Screwdriver. All right, that works. And I'm going to go ahead and put this back on here as well. There we go. Took some maneuvering Tetris, but I was able to make it go into its home. Got the screws right over here. Dang it. I forgot to put the M.2 screws back. I don't want to lose those. They are super tiny. Super annoying to... Well, I mean, you can buy them for cheap, but I'd rather not have to rebuy these. Usually they come floating in a little baggie that comes with your motherboard, but if I'm not going to use the slot right now, I'd rather just install the screw here. I'm going to do the same thing for the top slot that I already put back together. So let me pull this real quick. And get that little screw installed. The screw just mechanically locks the M.2 drive in place. Thankfully, on the new board, you don't need those screws at all. It uses just a little slide catch. I like that way better than these old screw-in varieties. And it occurs to me that I totally installed all three of those screws in the wrong slots. Those are where the covers screw into. Derp. These are the M.2 screws. And they're the same pitch, so it's real easy to make that mistake. I just wish that you wouldn't have to use screws at all for any of this process. That they would just have little clips for both the M.2 retention and the heatsink retention. But alas, that's not what they chose to do here. It's still a real nice board. Like, this board is totally overbuilt. This is the Aorus X570 Extreme. It's basically one of Gigabyte's top-end boards for this generation, for the X570 stuff. That's the Ryzen 3000 and 5000 series. So, big fan overall. This is actually the second board that I had for the X570 Extreme, the same board. The other one I have in a machine that's downstairs with another 5950X in it. When I initially bought my 5950X, I ended up with 3 of them. Because I had designs on creating an auxiliary workstation and server, but the 5950X is a little bit more powerful than I needed for doing server stuff. Right now, my primary NAS server, where I do most of the things that I do regularly, is currently running on my old 3700X, which has, half the CPU cores. It's an 8-core CPU, and takes up roughly half of the overall power. So even though it's a few years old now, it's still in major service in the machine that I use literally every day for all of my major storage needs. Just trying to figure out how these screws are allocated. Pretty sure that these two screws that have the straight screws go in the left, and that these bolstered ones go on the right. It's not going to be harmful either way. If I get it messed up, the only issue is that the screw will be sticking up, and I unscrew it and screw in another one. This heatsink covers for the M.2 drives are pretty amazing. Some motherboards don't have any kind of accommodation for the M.2 drives at all in terms of the way that you cool them. And M.2 drives need active cooling, especially the PCIe 4 and 5 varieties. This is a long screw. I'm not sure if it goes here or not. Let's see in a minute. I don't think that that's correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that these are backwards. Oh no, wait. This is upright, and this is upright, and then this is down. Okay, so I think I did get it right. Cool. All right, now that that's out of the way, we can go ahead and continue with the removal of this motherboard. We already have 4 screws out of here. And I was supposed to have looked under there for another one, but I think I'm just going to continue for now, removing screws and see if the board just comes out. I don't think that there's a screw in the middle supporting this. All the processors, yeah. Yeah. I went a little overboard when I did that. I had also had designs on doing some CPU mining with that as well. Not explicitly, mind you. I would never buy regular computer equipment just for mining. I've never done that, and I don't recommend doing that at all ever. Even when mining was like at the forefront, it didn't make any sense to me for either profitability's sake or logic. When doing that kind of stuff, I only got the hardware that I actually needed. But I wanted to run render machines as well as have a backup. Rendering as far as network rendering for doing video stuff, and also for doing AI image production stuff, stable diffusion stuff. I was right, there is no middle screw on this particular board. Even the backside is like fully armored and has a giant heatsink on it, and this thing is super heavy. Like, I am very, very pleased with this. And there's nothing wrong with this board at all. The Aorus X570 Extreme, like I said, is one of the top end boards that they have here. So I'm very happy with this. And if I do end up reselling it, somebody's getting a great board. I'm just taking a look at the side here to figure out what that interface was that I wasn't sure about. And I am absolutely right. It is proprietary to this board. I did not recognize the front of it. This is actually what my front I/O plugs into, the top here. So behind this board panel there's a little plug where you plug in all the front I/O instead of plugging it into the bottom of this board. So that's kind of cool. And of course, I'll need to make sure to put that with this in order to, have the next person or myself, when I rebuild with this board, have the front I/O connectors. So that's awesome. I'll go ahead and pull that out when I rearrange things on the back panel in a few minutes. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and set this board and CPU aside. Here, I have a box set up here. Okay, now we have the case. I'm also going to set this SSD aside as well. Put that on my keyboard here so I don't lose track of that. And now we can start cleaning, dusting, rewiring, all that good stuff. Screwdrivers here. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and do another quick vacuum into some of these crevices that I couldn't get to when that board was on top of it. I'm going to mute the audio for a couple of seconds so you're not subjected to the drone of the vacuum. Just a second. And we're back. That didn't do too much, but a few dust bunnies flew into it, so that's always a plus. Oh, that's got heatsink compound all over it. That's dust. And once again, I'll just hit it with a little surface cleaner. Nothing special, just some kitchen cleaner. Anything that doesn't have major corrosive elements, so I don't mess up my case. Like, you don't want to use Windex because there's ammonia, that kind of thing. Just some minor detail work. I'm not gonna go super anal about parts that I'm not gonna see, but while I have it open like this, I do like to see what I can do about, getting some of this dust that builds up in here out of it. Interestingly enough, you see all this dust here. This is a fully filtered case. The front has a filter, the top has a filter, and the bottom has a filter. So this is the amount of dust that gets in it with the filters that do actually a really good job. When I had my old case, it would be full of dust and dirt and debris whenever I would go into it for a rebuild or a cleaning. This is really easy to work with. Just getting all the cruft out. I'll do a little bit of work on the bottom as well when I get to that point. Probably from the other side because it's easy to reach in there. Cables are all dusty. Do a little magic on the fans as well. But already that's looking way better. Unfortunately, I can't get real down to the power supply unless I start pulling things forward, but I don't know how much I want to do that. We'll see how free things are when I turn this around for the cable management portion. I'm just looking this over because it looked a bit damaged somehow. I want to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it physically. Looked like it might have been melted, but it looks more like it was physically manipulated. Probably tugged on or something. I'm not sure. I don't see any like char or burn marks or anything, so it's probably fine. Clean the fans a little. I'm going to leave these front fans mounted because I don't need to pull them right now. But they are rather dirty, so just doing a little work with them. That's a little better. When these are lit up, you really don't notice that they're dirty. They have dual integrated light loops. But it's nice to get the dust off. I don't think I've ever cleaned these fans in their like 4 years of use. I've had these in here for 2 builds now. There we go. Good enough. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn this around, being careful not to knock any of my screws off the table here. And move the fans down here again. Strip there. All right, so now that everything is more or less good, let's flip this around and see how bad things are back here. Okay. One thing that is clearly not coming with us for this particular build is this guy. I have a 4 terabyte Western Digital Red that's been in here for way too long. I had been using it as a backup drive for my 4 terabyte main system drive, so it would run a backup every week or so. And there's nothing wrong with this drive. It's just I don't really need a spinner anymore, and I can back up to my NAS if I really want to for a complete system backup in the same time frame, and it's just as fast, if not faster, to back up to than this local hard drive here. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ditch it. Up here, this is the Commander Pro, which is a fan controller and the RGB controller for those fancy fans that I have working here. So we'll need to figure out routing of that. That's why I don't want to pull these fans or anything like that. I do, however, want to pull the motherboard front panel connector that I was talking about a little while ago. If I can find the end of that here somewhere. So much random BS. So much dust. Especially in the bottom of the case. Not so much in the main portion, but in the very bottom of the case here. Okay, that's a fan connector. This case does have really nice zip tie cable management. Not zip tie. Derp. Hook and loop fasteners. I'm gonna pull this apart, reroute. It also has these nice routing paths. So I don't want this to fall apart too much. Ah, there it is. So I'll remove the front panel connectors from here because I am going to need to reroute that part. But see, this plugs into the side portion of the previous motherboard that I just pulled out of here. And this is all of the front panel I/O. There we go. So these are color coded to all of the like power LEDs, power buttons, and stuff. And this just plugs into the board, making things nice and neat and easy. I wish that there was a standard for the board side of this, and that they would just use these on everything. It's really, really nice. Okay, pulling out this hard drive here. How do I go about it? It's been a minute since I've messed around with the hard drive plates on this case. Well, it's grommet mounted, so that's nice. I thought there would be a thumb screw. It's mounted from the opposite side? It's definitely mounted from underneath, but I thought you pulled the plate off somehow. Am I gonna need to read the manual just to figure out how this plate is removed? That might be the case, actually. How the hell do I get this out of here? I thought there would be a thumb screw or a place you would just pull or something. I'm gonna have to visit the manual real quick and figure out the secrets of the Fractal Design Meshify 2 plate hard drive mount. Because this one uses thumb screws and the plate pops off. I thought it would be the same here. But that doesn't appear to be the case. I used just a little command strip here to mount that. I mean, I could just leave it in there unplugged, but I'd rather not. Alright. Fractal Design Meishify 2 manual. Meshify 2 user guide. Can't believe that I have to read the manual just to figure out how to release the hard drive. That's dumb. Okay, so multi-bracket. Yada yada yada. Graphics card. Oh, there's a whole bottom bay connector that I've removed. Oh well, don't really need that. Tilt shift. Oh, you have to do it from the front? So, there's this panel apparently that that you have to remove on the other side in order to get at it. Let's see how annoying this is going to be. I can feel the panel. I'm not sure how you release that panel though. Let me see if there's instructions on how to do that. So install it through the front. Yeah, so let's turn this around. This panel here gets removed somehow. Can I just use a flathead driver bit and pry? Because there appears to be spaces here. Oh, it opens the other direction. So it's supposed to open this way. How the Is this why I never bothered to do this? There we go. I just pushed at it from the other side. Apparently you can pop it through. So I'm looking for the rest of... There's got to be more than one place to do that. Alright, let me see if I can see the place where it popped through. Alright, so it was here. Really the only place that I can do that? Oh, maybe if I use those screw slots. As a way through. Nope. There we go. Of course, I can't get to the bottom portion of the... Oh, wait. Maybe I can. There we go. Okay. Alright, so the front panel just released. I was able to push on the panel through the where you put screws for plates. So with those pushed out, I can move this aside and then back. I don't really like that design all that much. And then from here, you can see all of this stuff, and the plate that we're trying to get to are screws here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll let the drive pop out. That is not a great design. That took me way too long, and I've been building computers for a really long time now. Of course, I dropped that screw into the bottom of the case. I wonder if I'll be able to recover that in a minute. We'll see. I also don't know if this drive is going to be retained by anything else, so it might just drop when I get the final screw out of there. So I got to be careful about that too. I think that's the way it's going to be. So I'm just going to hold it. I unscrew that last screw. Yep. Didn't hold it all that great, but it's fine. No damage. It was just the hard drive falling down. So, behind the case here, there's what we were after. Here's the bracket. So, I'm going to put this multi-bracket back using the same 4 screws that I just pulled out of here. Just so that I don't lose the multi-bracket or the hard drive mount. I think that's most prudent right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and unscrew the hard drive from this multi-bracket and put the multi-bracket back. There I go dropping stuff again. Okay. Those grommets will stay put, so there's no problem there. The screws, on the other hand, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Can I just leave them in there? No, because they're going to pop out from the other side. Oh, wait, are they? No, they're not, because they're going to be against that panel. Okay, so I'm just going to slide the screws into the screw holes here, and they're going to remain seated because they're going to be up against a panel. Cool. Right, and then this will go like this on the back side of the case. I'm just going to do like this. First screw going. Come on. Just trying to line up the screw hole so I can get this started. But it keeps wanting to fall off the top of my screwdriver. Any which way except for in. Come on. Oh. Because I'm still using the damn flathead screwdriver bit instead of the actual Phillips head one that I should be. Well, that's fun. What do I do with my box of, there it is. Must be getting late. Okay, now that I actually have a proper screwdriver tip installed, which is a real good reason for me not to be able to screw that in properly. Let's continue here. We gotta get screws back in it, which went every which way. Alright, let's get this hard drive out of here. I really should have wiped that. I can do that later. I did not think this was going to be such an issue. Okay, do I have to turn this thing around in order to recover those screws? I think I do. Oh, there they are. I thought they were behind. But 1, 2, missing one more. Is that it? No. Ah, there it is. Okay, so I don't have to flip this thing around. Cool, cool. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 screws. Okay. Line this back up. Trying to get around the various cables that are back here. Keep wanting to get in the way. Drop one of the screws for the hard drive. All right. Okay. Need more hands. That's what I need. Started. Itself. And second screw. Not really torquing down on them at all. I just want to make sure that they're not loose. There we go. Yeah, this multi-plate in this position is a bunch of bullshit. I love this case, but that was way too much effort for one hard drive removal and installation of the plate again. Alright, so now I'm going to stick this back in here. Okay. Go past, then stick this in the holes, and clip, 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 clip. And there we go. Okay. That was a whole big thing. Alright, so hard drive's out. What's next? So I still have my 1 terabyte SATA SSD here. I think I'm actually just going to leave that and use it. It'll be the only SATA thing that I have here. But I think I'm going to just use it because I have a whole bunch of older games that I don't really need on like stupid fast hard drive. If a game was designed for use with a hard drive, then it's going to be lightning fast off of an SSD anyway. So I think that that's good for there. Now, as far as the cable management portion goes, I'm going to try to slide out this power supply just to clean off the top side of it a little bit. So I should be able to just undo these 2 thumb screws here, bottom. This whole thing should theoretically slide. Okay, those are out. Those are out. So let's gently slide. Okay. And I don't want to unplug anything, so I'm just going to gently keep sliding forward. And I'm just going to dust this off because it's really kind of gross. Once again, just a little kitchen cleaner. And that cleans up nice and quick, mostly because it was just dust. It's not like anything gross or anything. This is a Corsair HX 1200i. And an I means that it's intelligent. So it plugs in via a USB header and gives me power telemetry for the PSU. So it tells me what the current wattage is, what the current power drain is, all of the various voltages on all the rails, that kind of stuff. Do I want to try to get to the bottom of this? No, I don't, because it's right under a filtered intake anyway. I am, however, going to make an attempt to clean the filtered intake. Of course, I'm on the wrong side for that, but no, there's just a panel there, so I got to do it from this side. Ah, okay. Oh, no, that's my HD audio header. Got to make sure to get that back in the right spot later. What is this? Screw? Oh, I'm using an improper screw for that particular foot, and it's really big. I see. Okay. That's not too bad. Okay. All I needed. Now let's go ahead and push the front panel connector back through the grommet. Hopefully the power supply will come right on top of it. Shit. Oh, it comes through from up there. Okay. So I was supposed to push it up, not over. There we go. It's in the right place now. What I do need to do, however, is to make absolutely certain that I plugged in that USB header. It has been problematic in the past as far as being able to get plugged in. So I'm going to have to tilt the machine a little bit in order to make sure that those are all plugged in properly. I can't feel it on this side. I think I'm going to have to push this forward, get it seated, screw it down, and then see about the USB on the header there. Alright, so come on, get in there. Is there something hitting the mic? I might have been hitting the mic earlier when I was trying to hold the hard drive plate in place. If so, I'm sorry. Nothing is currently hitting the mic. Alright, so those thumb screws are in, so my power supply is seated. Now I have just a mass of cables here that I need to arrange. And I'm going to add more cables to it because of the radiator cables and whatnot. And for some stupid reason, the new Corsair Connect box, the new fan controller for the AIO, uses a PCIe connector instead of, you know, something sane like a SATA connector or a MOLEX connector. I'm basically going to have to figure out how to get another PCIe 6 connector here, 6 pin. So for this, just go ahead and stick that right up there. Right. These are all the fan connectors. Fan. Oop. I don't know why that keeps popping out like that. Okay. Got twist tie here, so we can twist tie this stuff all together. Whoop. Okay, twist tie, get it nice and tight. That's good. What are you? Oh, you're the thermal probe. Go in from the other side here. Unfortunately, a lot of this power mess I'm just probably going to end up leaving. Because it's needed for things like the Commander Pro and the fan hub, and these two are needed for motherboard power. And yet I'm still going to have to come up with an extra 2 6-pins, I think, among all of this random annoying stuff. Okay, that's the RGB, not RGB, the black light on both sides there. Okay. And these aren't long enough to... they might barely be able to be put in there. I don't know if it'll help. I don't think so. Let's get those plugged in before I start managing them. Okay, so those are for the GPU. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot more that I can do down here without the motherboard installed. So I guess that's next. Yes, this is a rat's nest, but I don't want to manage it fully while before I put the board in. So this might be where I have to pause temporarily to switch things out so I can start pulling the board off the other machine. Just for convenience sake, I do want to go ahead and do this so that I don't have wires floating around everywhere. Okay. And this is the front panel I/O, which I'll need to reroute pretty much completely to the bottom side of the board here. So I'm gonna stick those up in here. Those will make sense. Doing all this properly is kind of a pain in the ass. For temporary slapdash stuff, super easy because you don't need to cable manage anything. But when you want something to last and you want proper airflow, especially through the main part of the chamber, you really need to get things set up so that they go. And if you don't, then you end up either not being able to close the side panel, which is always fun, or you end up with a lack of airflow due to cables being in the way. Where's the other side of this? Oh, there it is. So I'm going to have to remanage this more than likely in a few minutes so that this panel will go back on. But So this SATA can come out all together. One less cable to have to mess with. And once again, I'm going to run the vacuum real quick on this bottom portion. I see a bunch of dust in. All right. Pull the filter out of this while I'm at it. Come on. Stick that with the others that need to be cleaned out. It's pretty gross. All right. So that's as far as we go for right this second on this case. The next thing we need to do is grab the prototype workstation, get it up on the bench here, get the board pulled out of it, get the new cooling system pulled out of it, and get that all set up in this case, and then cable manage all of those new cables, make sure we have enough power cables and whatnot for everything that we need, and then try to make heads or tails of that. And hopefully by then we should have a fully built workstation. So let's go ahead and set this aside for now. Make sure that this is movable. It's not going to hang on nothing. Nope. All right. You know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to use the bathroom here. Do a quick bio break, get a drink. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Hello, hello. Okay, we are back. Just returned from the restroom. Let me pull this off the bench carefully. We'll stick it back up there when it's time to put the new parts in it, but we need to extract the new parts from the prototype case and then stick them in here afterward. I am very quickly running out of room in this room. Okay. So, now that that is set, move this up here so I don't step on it or something silly. Sorry, I'm going to be mostly off camera for a minute or two. Just trying to unplug and pull apart this other case. Trying not to break the glass panel. So the other case is a Fractal Design Meshify 2 XL, the big version of the case we were just messing with. And it has most of the same features, a little bit bigger. It's designed for EATX motherboards, big workstations, but it's way heavier. And that makes it not so great for LAN parties. I think that's everything. That'll work. My back is going to hate me tomorrow. So you're supposed to live with your back in a jerking and twisting motion, if I recall correctly. Alright, how am I going to get this on the table? Chair is in the way. There we go. There we go. Okay. Fix the camera in a couple of seconds here. Once we get situated. Sips of dew. So we've been going for about 2 hours now. A little over, well, hour 50. It's 11:29. Still got some gas in the tank here. And you can see from this case, very similar, except for this is pulled forward. There's actually two modes of both of these cases. This is storage layout. So there are drive cages on the opposite side of this that you can optionally install. This was actually used as my main NAS, network attached storage server, before I went ahead and set up that new 36 drive storage server. Big proper storage in my storage or in my server rack. So, first thing I'm going to do is pull out this. This is my 4090. Let me go ahead and change the camera around here. There we go. That's good enough for now. So this is the 4090. start by removing its thumb screw here. I just want to get that out of the way because it is a really big, heavy component that is really expensive and I don't want to damage it. So there's that. Only needs, I only have one thumb screw in it for now because it's just prototyping. This new board is really cool in that there's a button on it that allows you to pop out the graphics card instead of having to mess around with one of those stupid switch things on the slot. Now, how do I get this out of here? Carefully. There we go. Okay, I'm going to set this aside. Keep it, and maybe even me, out of trouble. Well, that certainly clears up a big portion of room in the case now, doesn't it? Okay, so next I'm going to go ahead and pull out the graphics card connectors. Okay, so there's the GPU setup. I'll put that with the graphics card so I don't lose it, because it goes with that. Next, let's go ahead and grab the iCUE box here. I do think I'm going to end up getting in trouble with the PCIe power on the iCUE box. I don't think I have a spare PCIe connector anywhere. And that's also going to be problematic for the motherboard as well, because this requires a 6-pin PCIe as well. So I need 2 PCIe 6 pins in addition to what I'm already running. And I don't think that I have them anywhere. That's going to be a problem. So I need to think about how I'm going to do that. I think I might end up using the secondaries and the GPU lead, because these things don't suck down all that much power. I really don't know why they did this stupid PCIe connector on an RGB/fan controller hub. That's stupid. All of the other ones I've ever seen are either Molex or Serial ATA power connector. Alright, so this is a USB header. Okay. And what is this plugged into? Nothing. Okay, good. So this whole thing can be extracted, just like so, and that is connected to, the fan header for the tachometer. And then this goes to the radiator here. Alright, so that is all set. That'll go with the radiator. I don't want to pull that just yet. All the wiring for this I'm going to set on top. Alright, and then I can start just pulling the cables out of the motherboard, and we can go from there. Out of the way. Good. So, I am going to leave things pre-routed as far as things like my front panel I/O and that kind of stuff. The reason for that is I'm probably going to end up just dropping another motherboard in this case eventually, and it will live downstairs, maybe. Long-term goals. Or I may end up just selling this case and my old board as a really nice machine. Basically a bring your own graphics card gaming computer, if that's what somebody wanted to do. In fact, I might know a couple of people who would be interested in possibly buying this computer in its 5950X configuration. With a bring your own graphics card setup. Or actually, I do have a 3090 around here somewhere that has a water cooling block on it that I never bothered to put a air cooler back on it. Come on. Just trying to plug this back in here. This is the front panel connector for this particular board. Unlike the other one where you can just plug it in and it's a nice little keyed connector, you still have the stupid traditional pins on the front of this. That's honestly par from the course. Like, most boards are like that, but it's still not ideal compared to other solutions that work better. Come on! I didn't bend any pins or anything. Is that it? Guess so, because it can't go in the other way. So why are there two pins hanging off the end? What are those for? Interesting. I'm now very curious. Going to break out the motherboard manual for that. Front panel connector, front panel connector. System panel header. Sorry, I don't mean to waste your time with this, but I found basically two connectors that I'm not familiar with. Oh, it's the chassis intruder alarm. That's why it's not on that panel, because there would be a separate plug that would go into it. Got it. That's just a strange way of doing that. Usually you either see a connector, like one of those big front panel plugs, or you don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many do I actually need for this? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so I do need them all. Just trying to think about how I'm going to do that when I put this stuff in the other case, because I don't have enough power leads. I need 2 6-pin PCIe power leads that straight don't exist. These I'm going to leave here. They're not plugged in anyway. Front panel, pop that out. TX power, we'll pop that out. Front panel USB. All clear, and then the top is 2 CPU powers. Getting at those is annoying with the radiator in place, but I need to remove that anyway, so those are the last 2 things. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the top panel here now. One screw. Two screw. All right, that top panel is free. I'm just going to pull it up a little bit and then slide it aside. Sorry if I'm hitting the microphone. It's not my intention, but it is right there. Then from there, I can go ahead and pull these last 2 connectors. Come on. pushing the release tab and pulling, but it wasn't happening. All right, so there's one. There's two. Okay, and with that, I think the play here is to go ahead and remove the... No. No. I don't want to remove the cooling system, because that would mean I would need to repaste. I can repaste. I have paste. But I would rather not have to do that. And I don't think I have to do that if I'm careful. So this top panel will come with the board. Which means that I should probably just go ahead and remove the radiator from this top panel now. Because the fans will stay with the rad, and that's fine. What am I pulling? Okay. Alright, so like this. Slide this back a little. I think I may have just dropped some screws. Hope not. I have more screws. It's fine. So let's take these radiator screws out carefully, because they have washers on them that I don't want to lose. And I just lost a screw and a washer. I'll try to recover those in a minute. Thankfully I only put 4 in here, so I do have some spares if need be. You really only technically need 4 for stable mounting. And this was a temporary configuration. I'll probably find that later. Okay, so now my top panel is free. I'm just going to set that over here. So there's the radiator. Now that the radiator is mostly free, I'm just going to set that in here. Just lean it up against the side of my case so it hopefully won't fall. And then we can start removing the motherboard screws. Just working around the radiator, so I don't have to remove the thermal solution from the CPU. Just going to use my screwdriver case as a tray. Alright, so this is the third of, well, there's usually 9, but there's going to be 8 in this case because the middle one isn't on this board either. So there's 3, 4. On this one you can see the pin though. Move this out of the way for a second so I can access this screw. 5. 6. I don't know why I put all of these screws back in. Oh, right, I didn't want to lose them because they're from the case, not the motherboard. Okay, board's free. So the board and the radiator come out at the same time. I'm actually going to grab it by the CPU mount very carefully, pulling it off. There we go. Set it at the bottom of the case so that we can grab our wires that are still connected to the radiator and that little box thing. There we go. Oh, it's not magnetic. Interesting. Okay, so our motherboard is now free. Oh, I did not unplug the Wi-Fi. Jeez. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Just totally didn't think about it. Okay, 1. Okay. Now the board is free. Okay. And now I have a board and a radiator in my lap. Is there anything else that I need from this case? I don't think so. Now I just need to find a temporary place so I can set this board and radiator down and put the other case back up on the bench. Let's set this down. Okay. So I need to move the other case, do a little Tetrising. So I can put that case that's on the bench where this case is now, and then I can move this case to the bench. So that's moved. This needs to move, not spill any of my screws. It's not. This case is just too damn long to do that. Tried to use my chair as a turntable, but it's just not going to do it. Okay. Prototype case is out of the way. Now we can concentrate our work on the Meshify 2 here, not the XL. And start building up from here again. So grab the case here. Okay. Still too heavy, even with nothing in it. Wish I could fit all of the things that I want into a light case. Well, a light case that doesn't suck. Okay. But we're in a good place. Things are still working their way out. Let's see. So I guess the next thing to do would be to get these fans installed on that rad. Let's just get the board mounted up first. So we'll do what we did before. Put these over here. Okay. Now I want to count up the power that I have here, just for the logistics of the situation. So there's 1 PCIe power, 2 PCIe power, 3 PCIe power, 4 PCIe power, and that's all we get, period. Full stop. And all 4 of those are needed for the graphics card, which means we're going to have to pull off of these daisy chain sections, which is fine for this application because these are such low power devices that we're going to be pulling from. It's some RGB LEDs and a couple fans. So that part isn't a big deal. While everything is out of here, let's continue the due diligence of dusting. That was way more alliteration than I thought would happen. Oh wow, air conditioner just turned off. Is it a problem, or is that actually that cool in here? Holy crap, it's actually that cool in here. Well, we'll change that when we get this new build online. Alright, so quick cable dust. Nothing too serious. And we're going to dust this bottom portion here. Card slots. Back panel. All right. Way better than it was before anyway. You want to get this fan down here because it's super gross. Even if it's not like a complete job or anything. Just want to get some of these cleaned. That's not too shabby. wish I knew where I put this this bottom panel insert. I actually probably wouldn't use it anyway, given the way I have the fans configured. No big. Actually, I think it's half and half. I think there's a little section, but I'm not super concerned about it right this second. Alright, so those are set, those are set. As much dusting as I can do here now. Cool. Let's get this board mounted. Alright, so the board and radiator come together. Moving right along, Mom says. Board and radiator. As I get hooked on every wire ever. Alright, so just like the other one, I'm going to set this down on the side of the case, sort of prop it up, and rough this case, this board in here very carefully. Just trying to get all of these cables out of the way. All right. Doesn't appear to want to go on that middle peg. I'm going to pull it out. Locate the peg. Make sure I'm not going to scratch up the back side of my board. And very carefully try to line everything up again. There we go. And engage with the peg this time. Good. There's a peg right in the middle that goes into one of the screw holes, which aligns everything and keeps everything straight. Okay, that's good. So I'm just going to put a couple screws in the board here. No, I'm just going to screw the board down. I'm going to have to do it eventually anyway, and there's no problem with doing that right now. Why are you not going in? Huh. Keeps wanting to move. I'm going to loosen these just a bit. Make sure that we're fully aligned. There we go. Okay. There's 3. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. Okay, well, it's screwed down, so that's good. Let's see. Next step is probably going to be these fans. So I need to get the top piece for this. Oh, that's the one that's over here. Okay. So that's at hand. Cool. All right. So in this instance, I want the radiator positioned like this, I believe. Just trying to get a feel for how I want the tubes to go and whatnot. Okay, if I do this, that would be fine. Or if I go under the RAM, no, I can't go under the RAM. There's going to be a GPU there. So it's either like that, or back the way I had it, like this. This might actually make more sense, despite it being the uglier choice, with the tubes resting on top of the GPU. I'm not sure. You know what? I think I am going to keep it tubes to the rear. Yeah. Okay. So now with this, these fans are going to go on top of the radiator. Like this. And through this to mount. So it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. But what isn't? So here's the hardware. It comes with the long screws for the AIO, so we can do just exactly this. So let's set this on the desk over here. So we get a washer and a long screws. And then this goes like this. Yeah, so I guess it goes like this. And through here. And through here. And through here. And then into the rad. Okay. That'll work. Like I said, it'll just be a pain in the ass. There we go. I don't want to screw them down tight though, because I want to be able to move this back and forth still. Now, second fan. Stick this in between somehow. Yeah. That should work. And stick the third fan in. like so. Right. So then, just need to line this up again so I can get screw through both holes there, and then move the rod up just slightly so I can get at the radiator hole. There we go. Okay. That's most of the way. Okay. They didn't include a whole lot of washers, fortunately. I may end up having to move to, oh no, I can take washers off of the other ones. It'll be fine. I have just enough. I wish they included more washers though. So Corsair, if anybody that is watching who works for Corsair or has any pull, including more washers, which are very commonly lost, would be very helpful in your AIO products. An extra screw of each type would also be awesome. I've seen lots of electronics and mechanical kits include an extra screw or two of each type to make sure that you have all the hardware you need to get going. It's real easy to lose that stuff. Alright, only a couple left. When mounting fans in this manner, push-pull like this, you actually do need all of the, well, technically you can get away with skipping maybe one or two screws, but I would not recommend it for a stable build. What do you know? 2 more long screws and 2 more washers. Exactly. Yeah, I hate it when they give you exact numbers of hardware that are easily lost. Thankfully, however, I'm pretty sure they're just using more or less Bob standard M3 stuff. Comparing threads. Nope. Wrong thread pitch. But I could probably sub with an M3 washer, and it'd be fine. Okay, now, all the screws are installed, but I need to make sure that I can move the radiator back and forth. So I'm going to manually loosen every screw, even though I only put them in loosely, by like a quarter turn. The ones that wiggle, I'm going to leave alone. Okay. That's weird. I should be able to move this. Just going over and slowly loosening all the screws that don't already wiggle. There we go. So now that this moves back and forth, that's going to be necessary to line up the radiator when I put this thing back together. So now, I'm not going to lock this in place just yet, but I am going to do up the fan screws in the correct orientation for where this is going to finally sit. Okay. So it keeps bumping into the motherboard on this wire. So I'm kind of curious if there's a way to make it go down instead of out. Or if I can reverse them. Can't seem to unplug this plug. Am I going in the wrong direction? No. Yes. Okay. Can I plug it in this direction? No. Well, that's annoying. So on the back side of this radiator, there's this plug here that plugs into the fan here. That is what's responsible for both the RGB and powering the fan. But it hangs this way. And it is straight up too close. Which means I'm going to have to pull out all of these screws and pull it forward. So I'm going to have to move this whole thing in this orientation, this side by one, so here to here. And that's some bullshit. Because I'm going to have to do all of that screwing all over again. All of that arrangement. Better get started. At least I don't have to put the washers on the screws, because they'll just stay together. Oh, okay. I can't yet. I can't do one at a time. I have to remove them all. Because the radiator needs to move in order for me to screw these down. That makes sense. I wish I'd have just caught that when I first started setting this up. It is going to be a really nice cooler setup, though. Okay. There we go. Just needed a couple thread turns. Nope, that's not correct at all. Wow, I'm losing it here. Okay, that's the right slot. And that goes up here. There we go. It's a few turns in. Cool. All right, there's that. Okay. Right. Cool. There's one row, nice and loose. This basically just offsets the radiator by about an inch. Couple centimeters. And last screw. Okay. just have to make it slide. So again, I can try to mount this. There we go. Just like that. Okay. Now, all the cables and stuff need to be routed. That's probably as close as I want to make that. That back fan. Again, there's front fans too. Okay, that'll work right there. So now I'm just gonna tighten screws. I think I might be slightly over tightening. I gotta look at that. Somehow I lost a screw. That is very annoying. Especially because I don't know where it went. Like, I can put it in now and it'll be fine. But I have no idea where it went. I didn't hear a clang. Which means that it might have fallen on my person. Or into the case somehow. But it's a long screw. So I don't know how I did that. I just don't want it to like fall into a fan or a power supply or some shit. It's not really needed for the build. I mean, it's got 3 points, so it's fine. But where did it go? Like, I counted, I had all of the screws set. Sorry, I just hit the microphone. Oh. I am going to leave the top off of this, though. I'm not going to put in the screws for the top, because I'm going to have to take this out again in order to install the plugs and stuff here, which I might as well do now. Oop. All right, first off, this needs to get plugged back in to here, like so. So that can be connected. And then plug these in. Let's arrange this up over here, out of the way. Plug these in. Can I set this down? All right, there's one set. CPU power connector. And honestly, I should only need one, but there's two there, so there's the second one. All right. Not going to bother plugging any fans into the motherboard because I have all of the fans are connected via either the iCUE box or the Commander Pro, which is just another iCUE box. So I don't think I need anything else from the top portion here. Everything else I can readily get to from the side and bottom. I'm just going to plug this in right now because I can. Oh, this is going to be backwards for this. So I need to flip it and then reverse it. Isn't there a song about that? There we go. Okay. So main power is plugged in. I mean, for the power here, I could just maybe not plug in the 6-pin at all, because I don't really need supplemental power for USB-C on the front of this thing. I'm not charging devices off of it. We'll see when we install a graphics card, I think. I think that's going to be key. For now, let's go ahead and mount these this rod. Wow, this is tight. All right, so just to show you guys what's going on here, I'm gonna lower the camera. Please bear with me. Hope this will work. Sorry about all the shaky cam. I'm just trying to get low. Okay, that should be enough. Just lowering my tripod here. So as you see, radiators is like right up against where the CPU cooler is, and the RAM actually goes way further up. So push-pull in this case. I wish the RAM were further down. In fact, I don't know if I can get RAM in and out of this thing in this configuration without pulling this top panel off. You know what? Given my next steps for the RAM problem involves trying to use this at 4200 megahertz, the low speed, and seeing how fast it is and if I care, is to install the other set. So I might as well just do that right now. There we go. Okay. So I'm just, the bottom doesn't move on these. Usually on memory, there's a release in the top and the bottom, or both sides. But on this board, the bottom doesn't move, and only the top does. So I have to seat the bottom first, and then you press with both thumbs so you get even distribution. All right, so there's 3, and then there's 1. There we go. So I seat it into the bottom, so I make sure it's in the slot, and then I can basically slot the top and then push down with both thumbs. There we go. Okay, that's all 4 sticks. Okay. One of these should be connected. Oh, okay. I found the one that's connected. Good. Awesome. So this is the SATA connector for that SSD that's still there. So plug that in. Push you back. Okay. That's all set. That wasn't fully connected. All right, so front panel audio, can do that one. It's real easy. That goes like this. Ah, crap. I did not double check on the front panel connector for the power supply. Can I get to it with my hands this way? Oddly, yes. Yes, I can. Okay. Ah, that's the end that plugs into the power supply itself. So now I need to figure out how to get that plugged in properly. I might have to yank it out again. Let me see if I can find where it goes in. Okay, there's something labeled USB, but it looks like there's something plugged into it. Oh no, I found the plug. I don't think I'm going to be able to plug it in this orientation though. This is going to be fun. I also just found an empty power plug, which means that I should theoretically be able to get another PCIe power cable. All right, this is going to be impossible. So I'm going to pull the power supply out again this way. I just had it out a couple of minutes ago. But it's not going to come all the way out. Can I get it out enough to angle it? Maybe. All right. Hardware for this radiator must be protected because I don't have a whole lot of it. So I'm going to get this all together. Not that bag. Now it's going in my screwdriver case because I don't know what happened to the little baggie. Oh, no, that's not it. All right. Okay. So those are the short screws. Ah, it works. All right, now that front panel connector, where the hell did it go? USB front panel for power supply. Where are you? Oh, come on. I had it just a second ago. That's you. There we go. Pull, pull, pull. Okay, that's free. And let's get it all the way down there. Just not enough room to get your hands in and around things on this far side of the case. I wish that these shrouds didn't exist. I don't understand what the purpose of this is other than to block parts. I guess for hard drive mounting, but even if you wanted to mount hard drives, you could do so to the bottom of the case. So close, so close. Okay, so got the cable out the other side here. And just need to connect it here without breaking anything. I fear the USB port might actually be broken on this. And that would suck. Just from being yanked on. I plugged it in, but the port is very wiggly. Oh, before I put that all the way in, I'm gonna snag a 16 pin from the bag for this. So hang on for just a couple of seconds here. All right. This one. No. Nope, that would blow up the power supply. Use the same ones. Guess I'll steal it from the other power supply. Didn't want to have to do that. Sorry, I'm off camera for a moment. I'm just trying to grab another cable. The thumb screws for that power supply on the other case are really tight. There we go. Okay, so ow, just scratched up my foot. Can't quite reach the power connectors. That's the way things are managed. I did it. Now I need to verify absolutely that the HX1200 and HX1200i use the same type of power connector. Because if I don't, I risk messing this up big time. Where is magnifiers? I had them earlier. I was hoping to be way further along by now, as usual. Things have not gone to plan. Multiple steps, because I need this computer up and running for tomorrow so I can actually work. So, do my day job. Either that or I'm forced to go to the office. Well, I suppose I could use my notebook, but still. All right, let's see. What does this say? It says... (34-0000412). That's not enough information. All right. Well, I can look this up. Well, I'm gonna have to do that right now. So please bear with me. Hopefully this won't cause quality problems with the stream. HX1200 power supply type cables. Find out which cables are compatible with your PSU. That's what I'm trying to do. PSU cable compatibility. HXI. Type 3 PCIe is cross-compatible with all of them except for the RMX shift and the SFL. Okay, so these are all cross-compatible. So if I have a PCIe port on the back of my power supply, which I think that I felt, I should be in the clear as far as cables. But I am not certain. So I need to flip this around and check. What is this for? Is this part of this? Yeah. All right. So let's put this in its home so that it doesn't pop out, work its way free, etc. Going to stick screws in it just to make sure that it doesn't move when I'm moving this thing around. screws in. All right. Um, okay. Still can't see or tell or feel so much in here. All right. Flashlight. Turny. All right, let me find a picture of the back of the connectors of the HX1200i. Download manual. Show me the backside. Yeah. I understand. Show me what the interfaces look like, please. Really? There's no picture of the interfaces. Just USB. That's terrible. This is the best picture that I have. Really? Alright, so in my case, it's going to be upside down. Can I see? Can I see what kind of things that is? Do I have to unplug my whole power supply just to see what the interface looks like? For fuck's sake. There we go. Picture of the interface. That's all I wanted. Okay, so there's Corsair link. Okay. So peripheral and SATA. 6+2 and 4+4. crap. That means that there are, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There can only ever be 4. Which makes the fact that they use a PCIe connector on the goddamn box for the fan and RGB even more bullshit. There is no reason that this should be PCIe. Is there another option for this? HX150i. LCD. Link. iCUE link. Did I just miss a cable or something stupid? Features, download, declaration, yada yada yada. No manual? There's gotta be a manual. All right. iCUE system hub. Reading through, trying to find out if there's an alternate power option for the damn iCUE box. There we go. Corsair iCUE link system manual. Getting to know your system hub. The power input. It does not ship with another kind of power adapter. Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, just like I was going to do initially, I'm going to have to not do the separate PCIe connector. I'll have to daisy chain from the one that's plugged into my graphics card, which should be fine. I mean, I'm not going to be pulling all that much power. It's 3 fans and a pump. We're talking a maximum of, I don't know, what are these, like 8, probably 10 watt fans because they're RGB, and pump is maybe 10 watts. So like we're not talking about very much power, max power. So, c'est la vie. I have veered already way off the rails on multiple occasions on this seemingly simple build. I do like this implementation of a multi-bracket. That's nice and easy. Install, you go slap, and then twist, and you're good. Alright, so this is power switch? What are you? Where'd you come from? Oh, you're one of these. Okay, got it. I'm gonna take this out for now. This is a thermistor, temperature probe. Okay, we don't need that right now. This should not be this complicated, especially because I redid all of the stuff for it. I've already had this set up multiple times. I have experience with this case. It's a... just frustrating. Okay. Most of the work is done already, though. Okay, this goes to this here, so that's fine. Definitely use this. This goes to the board. The other RGB, or the other black light. This goes nowhere, does nothing. GNDN. Oop, not quite. Not quite. That goes to the RGB controller. But it doesn't have to. So if we can get rid of one of the cables, it's one less thing we need. Even if it's just a matter of tying that up separately. So this can come over here. Oh. Oh. Those are all SATA. Okay. Oh, well, then it can go here. And this will direct downward. That stays out of the way. This will all come in here. Okay. This goes down here. And your ambient case temp, you'll go up here. Good. And this will just go back here. Doesn't need to do anything, just be out of the way. Oop. Want you in there. Okay. And then the side panel might, just might, have a chance of going on that way. All right, so now is the hell time with the Corsair iCUE box and its BS. All right, so it's going to be unsightly, but I'm going to have to stick this in here with the rest of the PCIe cables, probably in the middle portion. Does that look like again? Yeah, it'll have to come out there. Okay, so you're going to go here. Actually, because of how short this damn power lead is, it's going to have to go this way. What are those and what do they go to? Because that's the standard PCIe power. Nope, that's that. So this needs to be down here. Okay. So this has to come through here. Okay. I'd rather make that connection in the back than the front, but I don't have that choice right now. So that's going to be like that. Okay. Okay. You are going to have to come in from the bottom. And you'll go to a USB header. So I'm going to make that connection at the front. Okay, that goes through like that. All right, now this has got to go to the radiator, which is now too far away. Crap. Can I come through this way? Well, there's a grommet there. That might be the thing to do. I'll pull that out and make that connection. All right. Can do. I think that's it for, oh, the tack. This will come through right here. I'll plug into the CPU power. All right. So I think that should be more or less good for the wiring of that, at least on this side. So let's flip this around again. See if there's any chat. Nope, nothing recently. That's fine. Okay. And then okay, so that will go. I think that goes up here. Let me go ahead and, well, let's do power first, or USB first. Front panel USB. This should come from down here. Okay. This is coming from the wrong place. Okay. Where should that be fed through? Here? Can I do it from the side? I think I can. Yeah. Oh, no, wait, that goes up there. There we go. So this goes in here. Hopefully without bending all my pins. Come on, get in there. Did I bend pins? Because that's what it sounded like. Why are you not going in? I can't see the interface at all. Oh, it's because I have bent pins. Jeez. Okay, so there's the top of the slot. One bent pin, lower left. And one slightly bent pin in the upper right. It's definitely fixable. I don't know how I managed to do that, but also it's going to be really difficult to fix in the board's current orientation. I am being super gentle with these pins. I don't know if that actually fixed it. Am I going to have to pull this board out again? Just because of the janky sideways connector? I don't know why they couldn't just put them perpendicular like the rest of them. I don't have an actual bright flashlight. All right, let's go ahead and pull the top off here. All right. Needed to do that in order to wire those few things anyway. Okay, so that's fine there. Well, that's a little bit better. I can see a little bit better. Need to switch bits. Flathead to manipulate those pins. Okay. Let's see if that's any better. Leaps and bounds better, but not quite right. No, I think that'll do. There we go. Now that that's in there, I'm going to unplug it and make sure I didn't drastically bend any other pins. Because if I just flattened a pin, I will not be able to power this on because it has the potential for short-circuiting. So I'm currently carefully analyzing all the pins, which look to be in very good shape, and everything is properly shaped now. Just have to be really careful with this particular connector, getting all of the pins lined up and in the hole. There we go. Cool. It seems like every little thing is a chore in this build. Like, this should go together like butter. There's nothing unusual about it. Everything just works. But I'm having all of these random small problems that shouldn't have anything to do with me or this build. Super annoying. Alright, so this is going to go to the CPU connector. Excuse me. Which one are you? I believe you're the first one? They're not labeled. So it's probably labeled in the manual. Let's look there. Fans. Expansion port. Fan and pump headers. 1919. Fan and pump headers. A CPU power fan. First one. Cool. Sometimes a quick RTFM is all you need. All right. Next. More of that gummy stuff off of the back side of this that's no longer effective. Are there any other cables that I need to plug in from up here? I think there was the USB one, but I plugged that one in already, I think. Nope, it's just hanging here. So let's go ahead and do that. I think that's this here. Back here like this. Oh. Okay, so it's got to go there. Oop. So there's a plug right there. But this is right angled. It's always something. Really wish that didn't come out the front like that. Or are these reversed? No, they can't be reversed. That one can't go this way. I think I have another of those cables. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's the same right angle though. Or maybe I can just go out and back. Yes. Out the side. Does that make more sense? Let's come at it back here. And then you can go like up and over. Yeah. That makes way more sense. Don't drop the rad. Alright, so then this is... If you need to plug this in with regular old USB, why the hell is there a control hub? Like, the hub should be the only point that you should need USB on this. Very frustrating. It's so low too. Like there's no good way to route this. I guess I could run it out the back, and then up through there. Maybe that's what they're thinking. So if I run it through here, like the rest of the fan connectors, then I can run it through the very bottom. Should be enough cable for that. Right, so that's now out here, and that can come down here, and then up through here. And that'll get plugged in. Right here. And a USB 2 connector. Now it came with a splitter for that, and I did commend them on that, but I'm not sure what else you would need to plug in there. Oh, of course, you would need to plug in the actual iCUE brick, but I can do that without that. I wonder if this has enough length to come from the bottom as well. I don't think so, but it's worth a look. Okay, so, oh. So, this is the USB for the iCUE. You have that coming from the bottom. So what the hell is this? Oh, you're for that. Okay. I think both of these can come from the bottom. Hope that's enough cable. We'll see in a second. All right. So this now comes from the bottom, and this also comes from the bottom. Those are power PCIe. And then we'll do a USB 2 here and a USB 2 here. And then we are either out of connectors, or we can use one of those, the splitter that it came with. Both of those are perfectly good options. Need more light. Let's just tip this forward. Oh, we will need one, I think, maybe. Nope. No, we should have just enough. They give you a lot of USB on this this Proart board. A lot of USB 2 internal. All right, so now I need the power supply connector comes out, and that goes to a front panel connector. So where are you going? Should be a front panel USB connector off that header somewhere. What the hell is this? Are you a USB hub too? Holy crap! I didn't realize that you were a USB hub as well. If I'd known, I would have run all of the USB there. I mean, I could still do that. I don't think I need to, given how all this turned out. So the header is plugged in already. I found out the header is actually plugged into the Commander Pro, Corsair Commander Pro, the RGB controller from the previous set of fans. So that doesn't need anything special. All right, so now with the graphics card, I don't have a high power connector. I'm still here. It's almost 1:30, says Mom. That was a good 15 minutes ago. Well, that's good. All right, now graphics card connectors. Because I have to use this 12-volt high power adapter, because my power supply does not come with a 12-volt high power connector. I have to plug in these individually. So this is going to go here, right? So these are going to come off here and go underneath. So let's get this rigged up. Okay, there's one. Make sure they're fully inserted. There's two. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. So there's three. And there's four. This has got to be the least good way to plug this in. These stupid adapter things. Okay. Then this is a bundle. Go here to here, right? Does that go up or down? Down, I think. There's my phone. Okay. So this will go like that. Okay. All right, let's get this routed. Okay. Good. So I'm just going to use some 3M tape. To have a knife or something. It'll work. Set of dikes. VHB tape, that's what it's called. Couldn't remember for the life of me. Is very high bond. All right, so stick this right at the end. It's non-conductive, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay. Oh, that didn't cut clean. Didn't cut clean at all. But it'll work. And one more for the middle. Just getting this VHB tape situation sorted. Peeling the backing off of this stuff is always a chore. Oop, this has got to come down just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so I've attached it to the fans on the radiator at the top here. Hope that's good. Hope those cables a bit better. Okay, so that works. Oh, the power LED and front panel bullshit. Oh, it's all pretty straightforward. All right, so power switch, ground power. Opposite side, ground reset. And power LED. I'm going to do this for hard drive LED because I only have one LED here. And I like blinking to show activity versus solid on to show on. This particular case doesn't have a hard drive LED. So I just use the power light as the hard drive LED. Just my preference. All right, now we got the stuff back down here. plug this in. Hopefully the right way up. Maybe not. Oh, this way. There we go. And get all that stuffed in its grommet. Get the grommet back up so it looks okay. I don't know why all of these come from there except for this one. That's actually going to bug me. So no, not this one. This one. Okay. So I'm going to unplug this front panel header again, even though I just made it nice, so I can shove these back through. I'm going to unplug USBs again, because I got to shove this back through. Connectors are really fat for these grommets. Okay, so that part's done. Plug these USBs back in. There's one. There's two. Okay, so USBs are now plugged in. Put that back in there. Put the front panel back together. Get this grommet back together and looking good. And front panel power. It's inserted. All right, that's not bad. Okay. Now I just have to run that in. And while I'm here, VHB tape the other one. Where the hell did my VHB tape go? There it is. VHB tape. This would go a little quicker if I had a pair of scissors or a knife. Fortunately, I'm not sure where those went. All right, so this one, get rid of all this old crap. This one is going to sit on the bottom of the case. Now it's almost 2 a.m., says Waddy. Yes, yes it is. But I'm almost done. And things should be good. This is sort of the final round of cable management and mounting LED strips. And then I will install my graphics card and things should be pretty much done at that point. That should work. Probably isn't straight. Good enough. Okay, now, let's shove this cable back through that we pulled. Where did it go? Pushed it all the way through. One, two, three. Oh, it was downward that it got pushed. All right, so is this it? Yes, okay. So this has to come through here. Hope I didn't break those pins more. Nope. Uh-oh. Shit. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So I don't know if you guys can see that in this current orientation, but I basically just bent all the pins down. Think I can fix it still. Either that or I might just not have front panel USB with this build. That would kind of suck. I think there's only one that I need to actually fix. It's that bottom pin again. It's curved. There we go. I got it. So long as I don't mess with it, it should be fine. Alright, now GPU. Okay. I really should have turned that around. I can do it like this. This is not at all what I'd recommend, but oh, right, strip. I think that will work. It's not what I would recommend. But it'll work, I think. So in maybe 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and boot this thing up for a test boot and see how it works. Smoke test, if you will. Not even going to bother to plug in a monitor to it, because that would be kind of pointless right now. Just given the situation that we're currently in. Things are still going pretty good. Alright, so this adapter, let's get the rest of these plugged in. Not with that one. So there's this. And there's this last one. Checking to make sure that all of these are plugged in fully seated. Good, good, good. Okay. Now, here's the PCIe for the Corsair iCUE link. Why did I feel like there should be two of them? Needed two more, not one more. What was the other one? Oh, right, PCI, the USB power for the front panel. I think I'm just gonna skip that for now. All right, so this plugs in like this. No, like this. Okay. Okay. Fully inserted. Now, plug this in from the iCUE link doodad. Oh, it's a 6-pin. Range that down. You never know. Everything is good. And I could probably make the PCIe connector on this one as well. Let's try that. Where's the button? There's the button. Where is it? Here, up here. Oof, that's pretty far. if I went over with them, I could do it that way. So like, plug this in up here. Okay. And then this would have to be done here. Okay. So like something like that. Not my favorite, but it'll get the job done. I wish there was a way around that to get all the connections that I needed. But it's not under stress. It's fine. So I guess now is the smoke test. So here's power. Power supply is switched off currently. Make sure of that. Plugging power in. All right, so we're ready for the smoke test. Here we go. Power supply is on. Graphics card light is on. I can't even see the BIOS post codes up there. The radiator blocks them completely. All right, power on. Well, passes the smoke test. Liquid temp 21. So by default, they don't blow all that hard, but that's normal. Everything is going really well so far. Ah, crap. I didn't install the other SSD. Alright. Power down. So close. So very close. Let's pull the GPU. Set you on top. Switch back to Philips. And pull this off. Okay, pull the cover off. Heatsink for the M.2. Being careful not to tear the heat pads. Everything is free except for you. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we need to remove... Whoop, doesn't even require a screwdriver in this case. We need to remove this Sabrent PCIe 3 SSD. Set that aside. We'll use that in probably the Home Assistant project, either that or another Proxmox project. We'll insert the PCIe 4 SSD. That was my system drive. There we go. It's locked in place with a little switch. Thermal pads are already in the correct alignment. Everything is good to go there. So I just gotta line up the screw holes here. Just like so. Okay, SSD installed. Let's get the GPU back in. and get that thumb screw back installed. Crap, what happened to it? Did it fall? Well, it probably fell. Okay. Let's get this other screw back into the radiator holder. Make that good. Okay. So that's all set. SSD is installed. Just thinking things through. Right, thumb screw. Oh, that is annoying. Just looking around for it. See if I can find it on my floor. Chances are pretty low. Windows flash drive, how about that? No, that's not for the radiator. Still don't know what happened to the radiator screw either. That's weird. Wood screw? Why would I have a wood screw here? Nope, another hex screw. You know what? I'm gonna score one off of the other case for now. I'll look around for that one later. Because I don't really feel like spending a whole lot more time doing this right now. Number one screwdriver. There we go. Okay. God damn it. Of course, I drop it immediately. At least I found it this time. This screwdriver does not have a magnet. Let's use this one. There we go. Not even sagging. What he says looking good. I agree. All right. Next is paneling. Home stretch. putting the case back together, doing the last of the cable management. So I need the glass for that. The bottom for that. So I'm just grabbing the filters that need to go back on. I think that's for this one. Sorry, I mixed up the case filters and tops and things. Okay, so here's the top of this case. And filter for that. Just gonna dust it off real quick. Not like that. This. Okay. So is that the top panel? I think. Let's try it. Might be the top panel for the other case. No, it's the top panel for this one. Good. So it's the whole top panel is filtered. All right. And just dusting off the glass here. I will have to come back and actually use a glass cleaner on this, but that will be another day. For now, I'm just dusting off the excess residues. Not perfect. All right, so you go this way. Slots into the bottom. And then clips in the little ball joints on the top. It doesn't look bad. I wish that I had an extra PCIe connector. I'm actually going to write Corsair within the next day or two about their reasoning for using PCIe instead of a normal SATA power connector or even a pair of them, because modern power supplies seem to only have 4 connectors for PCIe devices, and I need 4 connectors for a modern graphics card. Anything with the 12 high power has 4 connectors for it. So that's an issue. All right, that's the door to the other case. Let's filter. So this must be the door to this case, because it is filthy. Oof, very, very filthy. All right, I'm going to wipe this down. damn it. Well, I'll just have to vacuum my bedroom. Or my lab. At some point within the next couple days. I just got dust bunnies all over the place. But that one did wipe off real easy. It's the front door filter. Get down the top here. My cats love to hang out on top of the computer, especially Star. So my top vent is slightly dented in, not by much, but it collects cat fur like nobody's business. But it did clean up pretty nice. It just fits, whoops, fits right up top, and you can push down. That part is easy to do. Now, front door. Where is the actual front door part? Should have been with this stack of things. Oh, here it is. All right, wipe that down. That is full of cat hair. Once again, this is just a quick and dirty wipe down. Sorry, I'm doing this off camera. I'm just trying to make it fast so that I can get back to status quoing and test to make sure that this works properly with monitors attached to it. All right, so front door and front door filter. So just basically slide right on in like so. And then this attaches to the front on the hinges just by worst camera work ever. There we go. Just pops together. And that front panel just pops in. It's looking pretty nice. Now we need to do the backside arrangements. Grab the side panel. So this is the backside panel. Oop, wrong direction. There we go. So backside panel, I'm going to set aside for a second. Spin this thing around. And do the last part of the cable management, making sure the side panel can fit on the case. It's always a fun part. So sometimes logically parts go into different cable routing areas like this. Clearly this was just made to go in here. So that'll do like that. Your magnet, you go there. All of that's all well and good. You go in here. with this guy. Okay. You go open, and you go in here. This guy. Cool. You go up there. So you're nice and neat. You go in here. You go in here. Oh, you go in there too. Okay. Okay. Theoretically, I think the back cover should fit now. Goes into the little slots down below and just clips at the top. There we go. Oop, not quite. Twist tie got caught in the side panel. Just got it out of the way. And we're good. Okay. So now I can put this where it goes. Flip her around first. Looks pretty good. Don't think that I could do much better with this. Oh, I forgot the bottom filter. Wipe it down too. I think I managed to break the bottom filter at one point. Yep. One spot. That's okay. So I think, if I recall correctly, it goes in the back. So I'm just gonna move this slightly this direction. See if I can screw in this foot a little better. There we go. It was wiggly. All right. See if I can just slide this in from the back. I think it slides in the back. Yeah. Why is this not going in properly? Oh, because it went off the rail. Why did it go off the rail? Right. Oh, maybe it's supposed to slide in the front. I'm just an idiot. Does it go like this? Oh, it wants to stop there. There we go. Then it stops there. Okay. So it's supposed to be flush up against here, but it's a little on the broken side. That's fine. It's below the thing anyway, so you're not going to see it. But it's on there. It's functional. It's working. Oh, still so heavy. Okay. So that I can start to slot this back into where it's supposed to go. All around. I pulled this in a hurry so that I could do a quick stream and get this together, within like 2 hours or so. Right. Okay. We are ready to receive. I think I'll just use the chair as a turntable. Because I am SMRT. And it'll take me just a quick minute to get all this crap plugged back in. All right. So I just powered it up. And already, please pardon my huge mess, but already I don't like that my fans are offset. So the radiator fans are sitting way too close in the left direction there. But I think we're pretty much done though. Anyhow, for those of you who decided to hang out with me this evening, thank you very much. And this was a fun one. Tomorrow I need to go back over and clean out some stuff, like the side panel, and get everything all good. Before I end, I just want to make sure that I actually get display. So I'm powering up my displays here, and we'll see what actually ends up happening. It's more than likely going to have to go through a whole lot of memory training. So I don't know how long that will take. Ugh, my desk is full of grime now from all the dust and debris that has come out of that machine. So at most, it should be 10 minutes. But the only thing I can do from here is kick back and wait for auto training to happen and hope my displays come on. Because otherwise, I'm going to have to go in there and pop out those 2 memory sticks, which now would mean that I have to pull out the memory holder before I can, do anything with the memory itself. The radiator holder, that is. Because the radiator is now physically on top of the RAM. Very annoying. Would not be my first choice to have the radiator toward the left side of the case like that. I prefer it in the middle, which is where I was going to begin with, but the cables just wouldn't fit that way. Anyhow, looking forward to actually going to bed. It's about 3 a.m. when all the fun happens. All of my displays are reporting no signal. One of these days, I'll end up with an Asus logo. It's the motherboard that's installed here. Fun times. So I'm basically just chilling until I get a boot out of this thing. That's the only place I can stop as far as the stream goes. It'll either work or it won't. And if it doesn't, then there are problems. But I don't see any reason why it shouldn't work. I've had all of these parts together in more or less this configuration before. The computer just powered itself off and back on again, which is actually a good sign. It is most probable that it finished its memory training and stored the results and is rebooting. That is typically the behavior that it does. So just hanging out, waiting for that to happen. Sometimes it goes back in for a second training though, which can take a little bit. Haven't seen any activity on the displays yet. I'll get all that together so I can throw that away. Need to clean up and rehome the motherboards that I've pulled over the past couple of weeks and get those back into boxes, either like the original boxes they came in or into computers, one way or the other, depending on what I end up choosing to do with them. Still no activity from the screen here. So yeah, I'm just waiting on this. As far as the memory goes, I may end up getting a 192 gigabyte kit of mid-range memory instead of going with these 96 gig kits at 6600. I think that you can get a 128 gig kit at it's like 5400 or something, maybe 5800. 5800 would be just fine. And finally got display. Streamception. AMI BIOS. So the system is posted in safe mode, and that is normal because I tried to start it in 6600 megahertz mode. So now, where did my mouse go? Did it fall? Where the heck did it? Oh, there it is. So now, setup, DOCP is enabled at 6600. I know that doesn't work. I've tested that thoroughly. So I will come over here and go DDR5 4200 because that's the fastest that it actually works at in my testing. And the clocks for DOCP should work just fine at 4200 megahertz. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to save, and yes, and I hope that it does not have to train again. That would suck. Guessing it probably will, though, which will simply suck. So it turned off, it turned back on again. And so far, nothing. The numlock light on my keyboard is on. So that indicates that it initially started to post. That's probably doing memory training again. So what you're seeing is the laptop that I'm actually running the stream off of. You see my silhouette in the really shiny screen there. And yeah, so this is all OBS. Probably can't really make heads or tails of it because it's so small, but you can see the chat on the screen at least, I think. Anyway. I'm just waiting for this thing to post. I just want it to boot into Windows before I end the stream to prove that everything works. Oh, I found the little baggie for the hardware on the radiator. So I'm going to go ahead and put all those little screws in here. Oh, no, wait, those aren't radiator screws. Radiator screws are in the screwdriver box. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And these are motherboard retention screws. Those will actually put in the screwdriver box in their place. Got some M3 screws I found. Come on, finish booting. Once I get all this wiped down tomorrow, I can then start on my desk again. Now that I have rebuilt my workstation, I can get rid of all the things that I needed to rebuild my workstation. Just want my computer working. Then I can go to bed. Actually, I think I will have a meal first. I heard a rumor of some kind of yummy pasta dish in the fridge. So I think I will attack that, considering I've only had a sandwich earlier. Five hours. Wow, 5.5 hours I've been streaming. And here I thought that I would have this done in 2. Shouldn't take this long to post. Also, just before I went live, I had all sorts of encoder problems and rendering lag problems with OBS on this laptop. I didn't think it would actually work, but looking down at it now, I've only dropped about 180 frames due to rendering lag, which is nothing compared to the 600,000 or so, 6 million that have been properly rendered out. I actually honestly thought that I would have enough time left over on the stream to start messing around with Home Assistant again. One thing I can show y'all while we're here is where'd it go? Maybe I can't show you. Maybe it's in the other room. Yeah, I'll save it for next week. I've got a bunch of ESP32 boards that I can use for different fun things in Home Assistant. The first being a Bluetooth low energy to Wi-Fi bridge. I was showing that to my mom yesterday. Super cool. Just super tiny doodad, USB powered. Plug it into any USB power adapter or plug or whatever. And you pair it with Bluetooth stuff, and it retransmits those Bluetooth signals over Wi-Fi. So I have a whole bunch of Bluetooth thermometers that I can place around my house, and it'll basically send those signals over Wi-Fi to Home Assistant to make everything show up on my dashboard. my Home Assistant box doesn't have Bluetooth, and even if it did, I would prefer using the bridge because then I can use high availability Home Assistant, running Home Assistant and multiple computers at the same time. So if one of them goes down, I don't lose my automations. So that's super cool. I need to implement the Tasmota plugs, the Sonoff plugs that I flashed on stream. I still haven't plugged those in and got them online yet. They all need to be configured in Home Assistant. I only have one working so far. And that's just because I need to set that up. Hey, computer's booting. Bad time. Oh, and it's booting right into Windows, so there's no problems with the settings that I gave it, and everything is good. So, I guess that will end the stream. With any luck, this just works. Sorry, with any luck, this just works. And the next stream that you see me do here will be from this computer that works, and there's no problems. For my own privacy, I'm going to go ahead and turn this away. I don't know what's going to pop up here. Whoa. I just don't want my work teams and all of that stuff coming up. You don't need to see my private information and work things. I'm legally not allowed to share that stuff anyhow. But that's not a problem. The computer did booted completely. I'm just turning these other displays on, which turned themselves off after inactivity. That's a normal thing that it does. They're TVs, but they go to sleep after so long without having input. I think it's 10 minutes or so. Before I go, I just want to make sure that all of the devices are showing up inside of iCUE, the Corsair software responsible for all the fan controls, and make sure that those are set to a sane value. It wants to update iCUE. All right, let's start there. And it's restarting the computer. It needed to restart iCUE in order to... Oh! It booted to the wrong SSD. It started up from the PCIe 4 SSD that I pulled from the other configuration, the other motherboard, instead of booting from the PCIe 5 SSD that is it's supposed to for this installation. That's why there was an update available for iCUE. So I'm going to go back into the BIOS real quick and make sure that it's booting from the correct media. 7 boot. Windows Boot Manager from Crucial CT4. Yep. And disabled. I was absolutely correct. It was trying to boot from the wrong SSD. I've corrected that problem, and it should be booting back into Windows presently. Thankfully, because the drives are so damn quick, boot times are like super quick. It's like 20 seconds. So as soon as it reaches the BIOS here, and it'll start booting Windows. And now, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And there it is. It would be the logon screen, but I have automatic login set up temporarily while I'm testing. All right, now iCUE. Okay, so bring iCUE over here. Probably can't see all that well. I hate taking pictures of a screen instead of screenshotting, but this is what we're doing here today. So it picked up the Commander Pro. It did the thing. It shows both the iCUE System Link Hub as well as the Commander Pro. None of my lights are on for the... oh, okay, so it's showing up a new Commander Pro. Alright, so lighting setup. 4-pin, 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 4-pin. Actually, you know what? I'm going to set these to auto. Alright, so we've got that. Lighting channel 1. We have LL series fans. 6 of them. Red. Green, yellow. Blue, pink. I can't see the other fans. Just a sec. Blue, pink, and tan. Blue, pink, light pink, I guess. I do not want to run this wizard. Okay. So I've got 6 LL series fans. They're all showing up correctly. Lighting channel 1. It's currently running Puke, RGB Puke. So let's delete that and add sequential. No. Visor? Yeah, visor. And I want to go with dark blue and light blue. Okay, visor's working. Now I want to set up temperature. Temperature. Where the hell is it? Temperature. Okay, the first 3 are going to be Ryzen 9 package. No. Second 3. So 4, 5, and 6 are going to be my Ryzen 9 package. Those are on the top. So it goes from 1 is in the front, low, and then top is in the far back. For 6. So here, 40, 60, 5. All right, 50, 65, 85. All right. So then add temperature. 1, 2, and 3 will show my graphics card temperature. Which should be temp 3. This is 60, 70, and 85. Why does it keep going to 58? Oh, because that one was, yeah. Okay. So those are all set. And they're doing their normal visor and whatnot. And iCUE link ports. Okay, so the QX has come up and it's doing its thing. Awesome, awesome. Why is... Oh, this needs to be on top. There we go. Cool. All right, so all that's set, and now my power supply USB is working. So it shows me all my voltages. Everything is good there. Now, cooling-wise, Commander Pro cooling. I want to add custom curve based on coolant temp. And I want that custom curve to be... where's my notebook? Oh, it's in the other room. Crap. All right, well, let's do it here. have anything to... Oh, here, I can do it here. All right, so 28, 0, 29, 40, 32, 45, 3470, 30, 3680, 4100. So this curve is at 40 degrees, set the fans 100%. And that's the curve that I want. I perfected that on the rad. So if I then take that to my Commander Pro, cooling, custom, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. All right, so what is the fastest that these fans go? So if I set a fixed 100% fan curve and set these to high, do I have 2 fans unplugged? Because I'm only seeing 5 fans here. So 4 and 6 are not responsive, which would typically indicate that they're not receiving power. But I don't see any that are visible stopped. I'll investigate that tomorrow. Oh, I remember. I have these rigged. So 1, 2, and 5 are the actual fans. And they go to 1700. This is the fan for the back of the case. They're on splitters, so there's multiple fans going to 1, 2, and 5. So there's 2 fans on each. No. 2 fans each on 1 and 5, and no, 2 fans each. All right, so these top out at 1700. I didn't want to have to do the math. All right, custom curve. 1700 at 40. What's the low point? 1000? At 40. No, that's percent. So 29. And everything else is basically points in between. That should be good enough. Government work. Oh, this one maxes out at a different speed. This one maxes out at looks like 900. So I need a different curve for that. So at coolant link, coolant temp, uh, 29 do 600. That's fine. And 44 is the high point. 40 is the high point. That's a decent enough curve. It's enough where I shouldn't hear it. Okay. And I think that concludes our stream for tonight. So all of my fans are set up. Everything is working. I should just be able to, sit down and work tomorrow. So from here on out, I'm going to go find some of that pasta and have my way with it, and maybe watch a thing on my computer before I turn around and pass out. Probably take a quick shower. But thank you all for tuning in and sticking with me. It's been a good 6 hours, almost on the dot, in like 20 seconds, for what I thought would be a 2-hour rebuild stream, because everything was pre-tested. So much for that. But everything now works as far as I know. I didn't do a whole lot of thorough testing within Windows, but it all worked before, so I don't see why it shouldn't work now. We just checked to make sure that the that other drive showed up. Yep, it did. Everything is looking perfectly fine here. Yeah, all 5 drives show up. The 2 Gen 5 NVMEs, the 2 Gen 4 NVMEs, and the 1 terabyte SATA SSD. Yeah, everything is looking fine. You did it! Yay! It's a crazy stream. I do apologize that it's slightly less interesting and way more technical / engineering and a whole lot of problem solving tonight. No background music because I'm on a laptop and none of the real fun stuff. But I did have to get doing this, and the rebuild went pretty well, it seems. Let me just take a look at CPU temp to make sure that everything is within range and everything is perfect. Cool. Yeah, everything went well. So yeah, I'm gonna eat, and thanks once again for joining me. 6 hours is a long time. But hopefully I will be back soon. No promises on when that soon is. For more than likely a Home Assistant stream where I will hopefully be getting my some smart plugs online and some temperature sensors online, because that was my 2 primary goals of Home Assistant, and I've got through. Well, I prototyped the plugs, they work. I have not yet seen a temperature appear on my screen with these new temp sensors, so that'll be super cool. If you're still watching this, or anybody in the future is watching this, please go ahead and get subscribed. Check out my Discord. Cpgeek.org is where you'll find all of the stuff for me, including the Discord, including the Facebook group. The website itself is kind of in shambles. I haven't made an update in a super long time. That is one thing that I've been meaning to get back to for a while. But, you know, projects over documentation, at least as far as my private projects. But yeah, also thank you very much for the Black Phoenix for rating. That's always super cool to see a bunch of people show up. Yeah, so have a great night, everybody. CPG